Testing. Hello, everybody! Everyone, gather round! Gather round! It's so good to see so many of you here today. If you're around the corner, come towards the stage. Come towards the big round church.
Want to move in a bit closer, please?
It's so great to see activism. Right now, in a grotesque, disgusting and humiliating display, Charles, Trump and Starmer are joining together in Windsor. They're going to be dining at a lavish state banquet while Gaza starts. We know that the US could stop this genocide with a click of Trump's fingers. We know that the US is arming the genocide in Palestine. The US is funding Israel's genocide in Palestine. Biden is doing it. Starmer is supporting it. And Trump is continuing it. Donald, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Repeat after me. Donald, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Louder, Donald, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. One more time, scream at the top of your lungs. Donald, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide. Thank you. And we hope that this government will stop arming the genocide, will put full sanctions on Israel and stop trading with the genocidal entity. But if they don't, we're going to do it ourselves. And I am so proud of all the different civil disobedience and direct action groups who have been intervening to destroy the weapons and the drones that are being sent to Palestine to kill Palestinians from this country, that are trying to save the lives of Palestinians by challenging the arms industry directly, the dock workers all around the globe and the trade unionists who are blocking the ports that are sending the weapons to Israel and sending the economic goods to Israel. And I urge all of you, coming out to protest is so important, and we see people, hundreds of thousands of people on the streets in the UK, millions of people all around the globe out on the streets to protest. And I urge you that the next step is to take this civil disobedience and direct action to stop the machine of genocide. Now, we also saw this weekend a far-right rally take place right here in the streets of London, and it was supported by the horrific MAGA crowd. We had Elon Musk saying that violence is coming to you, saying that people should be ready to fight or die. And what did our Prime Minister do? Barely anything. He was at a football match. The only thing he condemned was the fascist thugs attacking police officers, not the thugs attacking migrants on the streets, not the thugs attacking brown and black people everywhere, not the thugs attacking Muslims, not the people wanting to set fire to asylum hotels with people inside. This is a dereliction of duty and is a total failure of our government. And you know what? We will replace this genocidal government, and they need to have the fear in their bones of our people-powered movement. Okay, I've been on this stage for a while, and now I'm going to introduce our first speaker, because we've seen that Donald Trump is a climate catastrophe denier. He's in the hands of the big oil lobby. So, without further ado, I announce Hannah Martin from Green New Deal Rising.
Thank you. It's so inspiring to be here today. We organise young people on climate justice, and we're here today to stop Trump. Yes, but we're also here to stop Trump's politics from taking hold in this country. We draw a line, we say no further. What does that politics look like here? Well, it looks like fossil fuel subsidies. It looks like failure to rule out Rosebank. It looks like a failure to tackle the energy cost crisis in this country as we make massive payouts to water companies and energy companies who are profiting off people's misery. It looks like demonizing and criminalizing peaceful protests, dragging grandmothers and hikers away for holding up signs protesting genocide. It is a disgrace, and we say no to Trump, and we say no to Trump's politics. We refuse to live in a country where we line the pockets of billionaires who have only made their money off the backs of ordinary working people. There is no way you can become that rich without exploiting people. So we're calling for wealth taxes in this budget. We run the Pay Up campaign. There are so many people getting behind wealth taxes. If you want to come and get involved, we're calling for a protest on the 27th of October. Please join us. If you're 16 to 35 and if you're older, please support us, because we all have to stand together. And finally, I just want to say, I think it's really easy in this moment to feel really overwhelmed. There is so much suffering. There's failure after failure from our government, from people who are supposed to protect us. But I want you to look to your left, to your right now. These are your people. We are each other's people, and we will not let us down. We will stand together, and we will keep turning up. It doesn't matter, you can't do everything, but we can all do something. If you can persuade one person, a friend, a family member, who cares about people, who cares about communities, who cares about our libraries, our schools, our hospitals, and a safe climate, to turn up to one thing in the next 2 months, that can be a ripple. A ripple can be a stream can be a river is the sea. And we are big enough when we stand together. So take heart from one another. We will not be overwhelmed. We will stand together and we will stop fascist politics from taking over this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. That was brilliant. I love what you were saying about us being a river to the sea. So repeat after me. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Another group that Donald Trump has been attacking relentlessly is women and LGBTQ people. Donald Trump recently said words to the effect of domestic violence is not a crime. A judge in a civil court in the USA ruled that Donald Trump had committed rape. This man is accelerating the rise of hate against women all over the world. The fascist right and the far right are doing this too. They don't protect women. They are a danger to women everywhere. And so I introduce our next speaker, Kerry Abel from Abortion Rights. Thank you. It's posted about overturning Roe v. Wade, the legislation in the US that guaranteed the right to abortion since the 70s. You might not think it affects you, but 1 in 3 women in the US will have an abortion in their lifetime. It's the same figure here. And everybody, we say this a lot, everybody loves somebody who's had an abortion. Trump appointed 3 anti-choice judges and prevented abortion for millions of women. Since the overturning of Roe in 2022, at least 10 women have died because they couldn't have an abortion. Women like 28-year-old Amber Thurman and 34-year-old Portia Messi. And maternal mortality has gone up by 33%, worse for women. And we say this because abortion is healthcare. Abortion prevents women dying unnecessarily. Abortion bans stop women and pregnant people being able to control their bodies. It's not about life, it's about controlling women. Trump gives legitimacy to far-right forces who want to roll back reproductive rights everywhere. Rolling out the red carpet here for a second state visit empowers those attacking our abortion rights in Britain too. So abortion rights are here to say no rollbacks here and no rollbacks anywhere. Abortion rights are human rights, and resisting Trump and what he stands for is part of resisting the global far right, like the likes of Nigel Farage and Tommy Robinson, that want to control our laws, freedoms, and our bodies. Defend abortion rights, stand with Palestine,
fight racism and sexism and climate destruction. Thank you.
Such an important issue that we all need to come together and remember as we build our resistance to the far right. Next up, we have Adam Powell Davies from... Sorry, there's been a change in the order. Next up, we have Kevin Courtley from Cuba Solidarity Campaign.
Thank you very much. Really pleased to be with you all. Kevin Courtley, I used to be General Secretary of the National Education Union. In retirement, I think there's more time for politics, and I'm working with the Cuba Solidarity Campaign. And I tell you, we are frightened for the future of the world, and we are frightened for the future of Cuba. Now, on the question of Cuba, there is a context, because there has been bipartisan hostility to Cuba ever since the 1959 revolution in that country. And both the Democrats and the Republicans have maintained attacks. And you will know there is a blockade against Cuba that the Americans have been running ever since 1960. It is nearly the longest blockade in the world. It's only rivaled by the Israeli blockade of Gaza. And we call it a blockade. An embargo is one country not trading with another. A blockade is when the US blocks every other country from trading with Cuba, and it is an outrage. Now that's the context that Trump has come into. And we, the Cuban people, the Cuban government, the Cuba Solidarity Campaign, we are frightened about what comes next. The measures he has introduced in the last few months are enormous. He's put Cuba absolutely unfairly on the state sponsors of terrorism list that they maintain. That is entirely because the Cubans were helping with the Colombian peace process. But that takes Cuba out of the international banking system. They are refusing to let Cubans in America send any remittances, any money to their family in Cuba. And you know that countries in the global south rely on that. They are attacking the Cuban tourist industry, so much so that Expedia has just delisted every Cuban property. And they are attacking the Cubans' pride and joy, their health service, and the medical missions they send overseas. So they are attacking Caribbean countries that rely on Cuban doctors. And if they say, if you have Cuban doctors, Cuban nurses, we won't let any of your government come into the US. It is completely outrageous, and we don't know what comes next. And I want you to ask yourself, why are the Americans doing this against one of the smallest countries in the world? Why do they maintain this hostility? Is Cuba a military threat to the US? Well, obviously not. The US has got soldiers all over the world. The Cubans have doctors all over the world. The US funds the Israeli military. The Cubans are training Palestinian doctors. The Cubans are no sort of military threat to the US. But I tell you what they are. They are a threat of an example that you don't have to stay within the neoliberal order. You can have a government which prioritises health and education and sports and arts. And that's why I say, Viva Cuba, down with Trump, support the Cuban people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We know that the USA uses economic warfare and sanctions against countries all over the world because it wants to put forward and pursue its colonial agenda. Up next, we have Sophie Beach from Women Against the Far Right.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to share a platform today with so many women who have come out against Donald Trump, women like Carrie from Abortion Rights UK. I'm here with Women Against the Far Right, and we want to challenge some of the myths that are taking place in this country. Because there is a myth going around this country that the biggest threat to women and girls are the people who are fleeing war and persecution. There's a myth in this country that violence against women and girls is only caused by refugees and asylum seekers. There's a myth going around this country that the trans community are a threat to women. But these are the lies that are spread by the people at the top of society. People that have no interest in protecting women and girls, no interest in taking on sexism. And these are the kind of racist, transphobic myths that were on the Tommy Robinson demonstration last Saturday. A man who said he wants to protect women and girls, but was dumped for domestic violence and attacks women on the left every single day. Tommy Robinson is the threat to women, not ordinary people on the streets. We know that the real threat to women and girls and the sexism we experience does not come from refugees and asylum seekers. The men that make me feel unsafe are not the men facing deportations, but the men who are calling for them. The men who think they stand above the law. The men who are having state banquets like right now, like the sex offender that is Donald Trump, like the public school boy that is Nigel Farage, like the Mendelssohns and the Prince Andrews who get away time and again with attacking women and girls. And it is also the men who were on that demonstration last Saturday. There is no doubt that when Trump, Farage and Starmer spread racist lies and myths against about migration, it gives the racists and the sexists on the streets confidence. And look, I just want to say that last Saturday was a wake-up call. Last Saturday was the biggest far-right demonstration in British history. And it was led by fascists like Tommy Robinson. But we have to say that last Saturday wasn't the only picture. I was proud to be on the Stand Up to Racism demonstration that was led by hundreds of women, the women against the far-right bloc at the front of the march. And look, we are a campaign, but we're not just building a campaign. We are building a movement of women who are angry about the rise of racism and fascism. Because actually we say that it's those at the top that are a threat to us. We're angry about the disgusting racist, sexist attacks on women that happened in Birmingham last weekend. So we say justice for all the victims and solidarity with them, but we need to be bigger. We need an anti-racist, anti-fascist movement that is made up of every trade unionist, every member of the Palestine movement, everyone who stands against Donald Trump. We need to be bigger to take on the likes of Robinson, Farage and Trump. And we need that movement to be led by women. So join Women Against the Far Right. We launched an open letter that has 10,000 signatories. Add your name to it. We're campaigning in every local area. Get involved. Refugees and migrants welcome here. Trans women or women. Let's smash the far right.
Thank you for that rousing speech, Sophie. Now, we also know that Donald Trump has hideously and horrifically been blaming Ukraine for Russia's invasion of its sovereign territory. Donald Trump is a danger to the world. He's a warmonger. He promised peace on day one, and the war is still going on. So now we have Sasha Ismail from the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign.
Hi everyone, I'm Sasha Ismail. I'm a socialist and trade unionist based in London. I'm speaking for the Ukraine Solidarity Campaign, which is the UK workers' movement campaign in support of Ukraine and Ukraine's workers. Please visit us at ukrainesolidarity.campaign.org, follow our social media, or find us today for a flyer and a chat. First of all, I want to send solidarity to our comrades in the United States, who are facing the threat of severe oppression, even as they continue to fight back. We will stand ready to help them in any way we can. Perhaps the only thing that Donald Trump despises, as much as he despises workers and migrants, is nations and people denied their rights or threatened with denial of their rights. He especially knows those with the temerity to resist and fight back. We see that in his regime's thoughts as the Palestinians, the Kurds, and every people fighting national oppression, and not least, of course, the people of Ukraine. In addition to his desire to enrich himself, Trump hates Ukrainians and admires Russia's dictatorship and its imperialism. Like the great bulk of the global far right, and of course his friend Putin is a sponsor of the far right all over the world. The Trump regime's whole trajectory is about undermining Ukraine's resistance and lowering barriers to Russian victory of Ukraine. The results have been predictable. Not peace, but stepped up oppression by Russian imperialism. Since the US literally rolled out the red carpet for indicted war criminals for Vladimir Putin, Russia's attacks on Ukraine have not lessened, but burgeoned. Not long ago, 100 drone and missile strikes a night across the whole of Ukraine was seen as a lot. 2 weeks ago, we saw 800 drone and missile strikes on Kyiv alone, followed by incursions in Poland and Romania. Supporting liberation for peoples denied their rights is an essential part of fighting Trumpism and the global far right. We must help the people of Ukraine defeat Russian imperialism. Solidarity.
Hunter from Democrats Abroad and Reproductive Media.
Hello, London! Today I speak to you from the heart, not as a representative of the Democratic Party, but as someone who was born just a few minutes away from here. I am a British American. I have done political activism in both of these countries, and for decades now I have seen the rise of fascism be normalized day by day. When I was 15 years old, lived through Hurricane Katrina. I watched my city become wiped away in front of me. I also watched the recovery under neoliberal auspices destroy the city afterwards that had already been turned into dust, where people ended up poorer than they were before, even though rich people from across the country and world were able to move there and set up nice holiday homes. This is not the future we need. We need to understand that fascism is not something that is happening because of Donald Trump. It is happening everywhere. They are interconnected, and they do this so commonly and so absurdly that people like Nigel Farage will claim election interference while attending the Conservative Political Action Committee and National Conservative Conference with Viktor Orban and half of the far-right assholes on this continent. This is the reality. If we got rid of Trump tomorrow, that would not change. We have to understand they have built a movement upon decades that will take us all of our efforts to dismantle. They want us to fear the might, fear the trans person, make sure all of our problems come from the asylum seeker. But the reality is the same as it has always been. It is the reality that billionaires continue to enrich themselves, politicians work as their servants, and the media is too fearful or complicit to say anything otherwise. Every day we see this, and this will not change unless we come together. And it is not enough just to vote every few years. You need to be politically engaged, join a political party, join a trade union. And if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of Americans living in this country, join Democrats abroad and fight back. Do not wait for your chance. Do not wait for your struggle, because the time is now for it to happen, or else we will lose the chance to fight back. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure some of you know our next speaker. We have Femi Oluwole, the human rights campaigner and journalist.
Do you know what I think when I look at you? We're going to win. Because do you know why they complain about cancel culture? It's because our generations, especially millennials, Gen Z, for us, when we grew up, all the great fights for equality, whether it's the civil rights movement, suffragettes, that was literally the previous century, the previous millennium. So when we look at people who oppose equality, we are done with you. When we see Nigel Farage on stage hugging somebody who pled guilty to inciting racial hatred after she called for asylum seekers to be burned alive, we're done with you. When we see Tommy Robinson screaming about Muslims, we are done with you. When we see J.K. Rowling, when we see J.K. Rowling making life increasingly dangerous for trans people, we are done with you. When we see Keir Starmer quoting Enoch Powell, we are done with you. When we see our taxes going towards what has now been confirmed to be a genocide, we are done with you. When we see a rapist president be given the red carpet treatment, we are done with you. Here's the thing. People of the UK, we have never been down for this right-wing crap. In every single election since World War II, the majority of votes have gone to parties to the left of the Conservatives, because that's who we are as a people. However, so if we're going to actually win, the priority has to be uniting the left. That has to be the priority. We need a voting system where all votes count equally, because if we get that, then we can actually end this fascist crap. Because We actually have an advantage here in the UK, because the far right in the UK promised for 27 years that Brexit would make our lives easier, and it has made us poor, and they have admitted that. So we actually have no excuse. The idea that they're working class people is dead here. So, like I said, all this fascist crap, we are done with it. It ends with us, and we will end it.
Amazing, rousing, hilarious. Thank you, Philly. Next up, we have Portia Cammons, who is an American and member of Indivisible's London.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the Stop Trump Coalition and the Indivisible and all the amazing groups who are here today, not just because they recognize what a danger Donald Trump presents to the United States and to the world, but for bringing us all together here today to do something about it. Donald Trump and his family have made $3.4 billion this January, while his MAGA allies sow division and dissent all around the United States and here as well. It's not making America great again. It's just making Trump rich again. It's not doing anything for the people who elected him. What they do get is a daily diet of red meat and rage, an algorithm-driven avalanche of distraction and encouragement to blame other people for their very real problems. Rage is useful to Trump and his far-right allies everywhere. He uses it to build a community of us versus any scapegoat he chooses to make them. Judges, the media, the Democrats, lawyers, anyone, even Mike Pence, his own ex-vice president. Everybody become bent to these guys. That's what's tearing America apart right now. It has to stop. We have to vote them out. It's up to us. Americans. How many Americans are here today? Okay. It's up to us. If you're an American citizen here, and if you're an American student overseas, you have a desperately needed change back home. Go to votefromabroad.org and use the chat bot to find a human voter assistance officer. They will know how to help you. I oppose Trump because I am a proud American, and I believe in my country's promise. We just have to make that happen. And I'm really proud to stand with you all. Have a great march, everybody.
Thank you, Portia. And also a large goes out to every American who came out on the street and resisted Trump's ICE agents. Up next is Tyrone Scott from the Make Them Pay Coalition and War on Want.
Friends, comrades, allies, we are here today not just to protest Donald Trump, but to reject everything that him and his politics represents. This movement today is bigger than just one man. It's about a rising tide of far-right politics, of fascism, of scapegoating migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, and the most vulnerable people in our societies. Trump and those like him, they do not just ride this wave. They are the architects behind it. They fan the flames of division. They make racism, xenophobia, fear part of the mainstream once again. And we've seen in the UK how this plays out. Just this weekend, we saw the far right, organised by right-wing grifter Tommy Robinson, a man turned into the poster boy of hate, bankrolled by billionaires abroad. And these marches don't just come out of nowhere. They are the product of a narrative deliberately rigged up by politicians like Trump and his allies here, blaming migrants and the vulnerable for every problem in society. Now, we know who the real culprits are. The super rich, the corporations, the billionaires, the politicians who enable them, who not only drive inequality, climate breakdown, genocide, war, but profit directly from this destruction.
We need to make them pay to fix our broken societies. And that is why it's so crucial that so many of us are out in force here today to say no to Trump and everything that he represents. And do join us again right here on Saturday at 12 p.m. as we demand that we make billionaires, super rich corporations and the wealthy elites pay to fix our global crisis, not ordinary people. Let's stop scapegoating migrants. Let's stop scapegoating refugees and asylum seekers, trans people, marginalised people, and all vulnerable people. End the far right, end fascism, stop Trump. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Fuck Trump, fuck the billionaires, and I hope I'm going to see all of you here again on Saturday to make them pay. And we have Claire James from the campaigns coordinator of Campaign Against Climate Change to continue that message.
We'll be here on Saturday for the Make Them Pay demo, because Trump is just one man, but he represents a much bigger movement, as everyone has said. And part of what he represents is the fossil fuel industry. We know their products are killing the planet, renewable energy is getting cheaper, but they have their man in the White House. He's not just promoting fossil fuels, he's blocking wind and solar energy to keep their profits going as the planet is dying. So his actions make every one of us less safe. Most of all, the poorest countries around the world have done at least to cause this crisis. But climate breakdown is hitting the poorest worst everywhere, especially within the US, with a deep inequality. In southern US cities like Phoenix, hospitals in the severe summer heat waves are seeing people with second-degree burns from the pavement, from hose pipes, and they're stopping, in some states, laws that say workers must have water breaks. So people will tell you, like Raj will tell you, climate action is the enemy of the workers. It's not. Billionaires are the enemy of the workers. It's not the migrants. It's those who are trying to prevent climate action and prevent justice. We all stand together.
Last but not least, I pass you over to the capable hands of Shaista Aziz from the Stop Trump Coalition.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being here, and in a few minutes we're going to start marching towards Parliament Square. We're here today to send a very loud and clear message to our own government, but also to Donald Trump, that he's not welcome in this country. It is a disgrace that Keir Starmer has rolled out the red carpet for him, and it's also a disgrace that during this state visit there will be a lavish banquet held in Windsor Castle where Donald Trump and all those invited will be feasting while the people of Gaza continue to starve, and while a live-stream genocide continues for more than 2 years, when we all know that in the blink of an eye Donald Trump could make this stop. Now, before I leave you, I want to read a short poem by a brilliant Palestinian poet from Gaza who wrote this book called 48 kg, which the name suggests is about the number of Palestinians starving. Her name is Batul Abu Atli. The poem is called They Are in the Sky. I sit in a classroom with 50 displaced people. We teach the little ones their first lesson, Surah Al-Fatiha, to recite for the souls, and the prayers to pray for the bodies. We've not taught them anything about the departed, except that they reside in the sky. And so, they roam the streets, they devour the plates of Borobio biscuits, they laugh, they play, they look up saying, they are in the sky. They are in the sky. Death breaks into the classroom. He reveals secrets to the children, and suddenly they grow up. They wear their father's faces. Out of the broken plates, they make homes for their younger siblings. A rattle comes from their throats. They are in the sky. They are in the sky. So once again, I want to thank you for being here, and I'd urge you all to start moving in this direction now as we start the march towards Parliament Square. And let's keep standing up for justice and peace and unity and for all that is decent and good. Thank you.
Shane, good morning to you both. Right here. You see that there's a lot of red caps, a lot of Trump supporters, not too many protesting. So it's something to keep an eye on as the day progresses. As you mentioned at the top there, though, President Trump and First Lady Melania currently wrapping up a lunch with King Charles and Queen Camilla, really the midday point of this entire day that will be filled with that pomp and pageantry that you said, Sean, that really goes unmatched. The President and the First Lady arriving this morning to a royal welcome brought by horse-drawn carriage with the Prince and Princess of Wales. The Guard of Honor assembling on the lawn outside of Windsor Castle as the American and the British national anthems were both played in this historic trip that marks the first time that a U.S. leader was invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Now, there are some reports of protests taking place in London, but here at Windsor Castle, the scene very much so overwhelmingly positive. Residents from the United Kingdom, some from the United States, gathering along the roads to welcome the president, many wearing their red MAGA caps, some American flags draped over their shoulders, and many unafraid to show their support for the president. Now, despite the elaborate spectacle this morning, many of the afternoon's events are actually a little bit more private. The President and the First Lady this afternoon will visit St. George Chapel to wrap a wreath on the tomb of Queen Elizabeth, who, by the way, they just left during their first state visit. Will then be treated to a flyover by the Red Arrows alongside U.S. F-35 military jets, all leading up to a state banquet later tonight where both King Charles as well as President Trump are expected to speak. Right there. Just gonna bring it up. It's just VIP. Yeah. Great. I do, yeah.
So this is another material. Thank you.
So we have some examples of Georgian places in all our cards. These start related to the American. We have a couple of
Oh, well, that's great. Maps, yeah.
Yeah, the map shows you
Yes.
This was the original to in the 19th century. British and American and colonial soldiers.
Oh,
Well, the town of Windsor underneath
that's great.
it's a good thing.
That was the beginning, right?
At the beginning of the
Okay. That's
this is very touching. They have kind of analysis that there's something concept.
that's so amazing. That is really
It is, and it's defined special occasions. And then the cats here to show critical animals in the wall. And this is the final back of the minutes where the way down
Okay, that's fine. How long would it take you to understand the six codes?
well, these are specifically yes. It's here
British Navy or something else. I remember You found it. Yeah, that was not actually. No Ravens fans. We're good. Good, Brian? Yeah. Whatever you need. Here's one of them, and this is it. So that's the entrance to it. So there are two entrances. So you have a lot there. We do. People go down. Not very often. Not very, very often. No. There are 10 British male monarchs here, plus us doing so. So we have 11 British monarchs. It's very special for us to look up to. A lot of history. It's a lot of history. Yes. And sadly, we haven't got time to do all of it today. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. It was a great job. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And just since I'm in the job, being on trade and industry, so very bottom bit of the window, the much smaller figures, yes, they all allude to the good works of Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's husband. And you can see this trade and industry, innovation, art and crafts, all things that we're jointly supported and keen to improve. What a place. What a place. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. This promise. Very good, yeah. Thank you very much. The Dean will. This was a great honor. Thank you. Really. Yeah, we're working together. I know that. How's that? All right?
Yeah.
I didn't see anything.
There was a funny moment where the Queen really lost the past.
Oh, really? I didn't see
She
it.
was suspended.
Oh, really? I didn't see it.
But,
Get a picture.
yeah. That was all right. That is.
Yeah, I can continue with you. I know that you caught it in you were watching at the end of the last hour. You might have caught it yourself, but the evening retreat ceremony, several marching bands coming together, playing for a remarkable performance that is capped off by the red arrows and the F-35 fighter jets flying in unison right over Windsor Castle, right behind the room. The streak of red, white, and blue behind it. You can hear the crowd outside of Windsor Castle here erupting cheer as they saw it. Perhaps what is the high point of today, at least what a lot of people are looking forward to, in a day that's filled with this pomp and pageantry that really goes unmatched anywhere else. The President and First Lady arrived this morning to nothing short of a royal welcome brought by horse-drawn carriage with Prince and Princess of Wales. The Guard of Honor assembled on the lawn outside of Windsor Castle as the American and the British national anthems were both played in this historic trip. It marks the first time that a U.S. leader was invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. Now, there are some reports of protests taking place in London and Windsor, but it's not so much the case. The city is overwhelmingly positive from what we've seen. In fact, we see residents of the United Kingdom, some from the United States as well, gathering along the roads to welcome the president. As you can see, some wearing their red MAGA caps, some have their flags draped over their shoulders, but not also unafraid to show their support for President Trump. to bring the focus in the United States, but one here in the United Kingdom as well. It shows you that in the back of mind for a lot of people, especially conservatives in this country, that President Trump and President Biden now heading to a banquet tonight where the tragedy will continue. 64 foot high on the table, silverware that is over 200 years old. So Charles is expected to break this tonight. President Trump, so we'll be calling that the place for the scene. Perhaps get a glimpse of what those remarks will be, or President Trump says everything after this. Okay, thank you. We're good for right now. Sorry about that. Well, okay, so I heard that for some reason it's different. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. You know, like it's different in for some reason. Yes. you very much for joining us here in Windsor. We're outside Windsor Castle as the state visit, the second state visit of US President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom continues. You're watching our live coverage all day throughout this first full day of Donald Trump's unprecedented second state visit to the United Kingdom. After all, he's the first non-royal to have been invited to this honor. We have seen a lot of action here in Windsor throughout the day, and in fact, we are now in the middle of what you might define as a lull in proceedings. We're not expecting to see of anything of the royal family or of President Donald Trump or First Lady Melania Trump over the next few hours before the state banquet begins and the first guests start to arrive. So no one really knows what they're doing, but they are within the grounds of Windsor Castle, and that is indeed where they have spent almost the entire day. A few minutes ago, we witnessed the fly past of the Red Arrows aerobatics team. A few people here in Windsor assembled for that one, knew exactly at what time they were going to be flying over Windsor Castle, and received some applause as well from onlookers. That was the last part of a military ceremony that was being held on the east lawn inside Windsor Castle. The last time we saw footage of President Trump and of King Charles III before the state banquet. That is going to be probably the highlight of this visit for the first couple. It is going to be the first time also during this day where we will hear directly from Donald Trump and from King Charles. So far, just a few asides from President Trump toward some of the press that has been traveling with him, but nothing of note. That's when we will be hearing their toasts, undoubtedly one of the main moments of this state visit by Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. It's worth, though, looking back at what we have seen so far today, a day full of pomp and pageantry, of course, and also a day that has been designed to impress Donald Trump and leave him with the most positive impression possible of his relationship with the United Kingdom, with the royal family, and of course also with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who was here in attendance for the military ceremony and for the fly past, and who will be inviting Donald Trump to Chequers, to his private retreat in the countryside tomorrow. All of them present for that military ceremony just a short while ago. Keir Starmer not in attendance for the very first part of Donald Trump's state visit. That was when he arrived here within the grounds of Windsor Castle just after noon here local time, with Marine One landing inside Windsor Castle and Donald Trump and Melania Trump exiting it to be greeted by Prince William and Princess Catherine. Thereafter, they were taken to another part of that official greeting, first contact, if you will, between Donald Trump and Melania Trump with King Charles and Queen Camilla. All of this very much part of a rehearsed spectacle that we have been able to observe large parts of during this day. It also included this much talked about carriage procession throughout the Windsor estate. This is the kind of thing that usually would happen inside the streets of Windsor, right here behind me, where you're seeing some people assemble. They would have been able to see that in normal times, if you will, but in this case, Donald Trump was kept very much behind the walls of Windsor Castle. Compare that to the last state visit. Well, that was in July of this year, and French President Emmanuel Macron also treated to a carriage procession. These are horse-drawn carriages through the streets of Windsor, so there was contact there, not necessarily physical, but there was some contact with the local population there for the French president. That is being kept entirely to a minimum, to pretty much zero today. There is no contact between Donald Trump and any local people and any potential protesters as well, of course. And there are possibilities for that to happen. We've only seen maybe a dozen protesters out here outside the gates to Windsor Castle. A few Donald Trump supporters also here in attendance, notable by their red hats, of course. But Donald Trump also is not expected to spend any time between now, this morning, local time, and tomorrow evening when he leaves Chequers, the private estate of the British Prime Minister. He's not going to be in central London at all. If he was right now, he might be able to observe at least part of the protest that is happening there right now.
thousands of people expected to attend the big protest against Donald Trump, against his state visit that is being held there right now. Let's look back at more of today's state visit, though. There was a part of this ceremony, of a ceremonial day that was taking place outside of Windsor Castle on the grounds of the estate. That was the carriage procession, during which Donald Trump and King Charles were in the leading carriage, if you will. They had one all to themselves and were able to spend about 15 to 20 minutes all by themselves in conversation. The next carriage thereafter, that was for the First Lady Melania Trump and Queen Camilla, also the two of them all by themselves, able to have a conversation before any other events here began. But it was after that carriage procession that we saw the renditions of the national anthems and the departure of Donald Trump and Melania Trump and the whole US delegation to the inside of Windsor Castle. That is where we must presume that they are right now. Again, it's going to take a few hours before we see the delegations again, and indeed before we hear from them as well. Likely to be one of the most important moments, at least in terms of what you will have heard from both King Charles III and President Donald Trump. Of course, these will be speeches that will have been planned very much in advance, certainly on behalf of the royal household, and maybe a little bit more spontaneous on behalf of Donald Trump if he does anything like he has done in the past. Again, it's worth looking at this schedule because today is very much a day that is being spent within Windsor Castle, and indeed the President and the First Lady will be spending the night here. But tomorrow, Thursday, is going to be a different story altogether. This is not really a political visit, with maybe the exception of a state visit always being used for political purposes to impress the visiting head of state, of course. But this Thursday will give Donald Trump and Prime Minister Keir Starmer the actual possibility to talk politics, to talk policy as well. And that is where the differences between the United Kingdom and the United States will come to the fore as well, of course. And there are huge differences politically between these two countries, despite the fact that the personal relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer clearly is a good one right now, despite the fact that they come from completely different parts of the political spectrum. There are differences on Gaza, of course. The United Kingdom set to officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York, together with other European countries as well. That is something that the United States opposes entirely. That is a huge difference between the two governments right now. When it comes to Ukraine, there are also big differences. The United Kingdom, together with the European Union and many other countries in the West, want the United States to be stronger in its opposition to Russian President Vladimir Putin, to keep on helping Ukraine militarily and financially, something that appears to be at risk during the second term for President Donald Trump. That is undoubtedly something that will come up at Chequers at the private residence of the Prime Minister this Thursday. And that visit will be followed by a joint press conference for the two leaders. And maybe that will be the moment where reality will come back, where the state visit really will feel like it will have come to an end for President Trump, because that is when he will be asked potentially difficult questions, and Keir Starmer too, about the differences between the two, about other things that have overshadowed this state visit, or at least have formed the backdrop to this state visit. Take, for example, the fact that the UK ambassador to the United States was fired recently by Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Lord Mandelson no longer has the office of ambassador to the United States. The reason? Because of his too close relationship with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Indeed, there were images of Jeffrey Epstein together with Donald Trump that were beamed onto the walls of Windsor Castle that you can see behind me last night. A reminder that not everything is going all that well for Donald Trump right now. This is very much a priority for the UK press right now here in the United Kingdom. Not necessarily the subject number one, if you will, in the United States right now. It's worth remembering that Donald Trump came here to the United Kingdom yesterday to the backdrop of not an increase necessarily in political violence, but the fear of an increase thereof after the assassination of the conservative activist and big Donald Trump supporter, Charlie Kirk. Indeed, Donald Trump has said that he will be traveling on Sunday to his remembrance ceremony in Arizona in the United States. So as usual, when it comes to bilateral meetings, when it comes to a state visit, you can look at it through different prisms, through the prism of the visiting head of state and through the prism of the head of state who is organizing this whole event. And that is definitely the case this time around as well. It's worth again talking about the protests, though, because that is an event that Donald Trump will not be witnessing. He is not a popular head of state at all in this country right now. A recent poll mentions that he might have less than 20% of a positive view from people in the United Kingdom. But still, he was invited to this state visit, something that has not gone down all too well with a lot of people here, many of whom have decided to protest and indeed are protesting right now as we speak in central London. Windsor, though, has been a calm place throughout the day. Yes, there have been a few Trump supporters here mingling without any kind of problem with those who have traveled here to oppose Donald Trump's state visit. They oppose the simple fact that he has been invited for a state visit, but also they, of course, oppose the politics and the policy of Donald Trump. But again, these are scenes that he is very, very unlikely to see because he's being kept very much within the confines of Windsor Castle. Within the next few hours, you'll be seeing first footage of the state banquet that is being held in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. It is going to be spectacular, undoubtedly, and if you were watching our live coverage earlier in the day, you will have been able to hear about a lot of details of that state banquet from our London-based correspondent and expert in all things British royal family. She told us, for example, about the moment where we will find out what these dignitaries will be wearing, and also what kind of jewelry they might be wearing, whether there might be any symbolism in anything that is being arranged around the banquet table. And speaking of which, we already know what kind of gifts have been exchanged between the first couple and the British royal family. And it's worth looking at just the one, because Donald Trump was given by King Charles III the flag, the Union Jack that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of President Donald Trump's inauguration. Maybe that is a reminder of what the really most important thing is during a state visit. It is to please the person who is visiting, to leave them with as positive an impression as possible. And of course, it doesn't damage that relationship at all if you give the President of the United States a flag that was flown on Buckingham Palace on the day of his second inauguration. So that is one of the gifts that Donald Trump will be leaving Windsor with when his state visit comes to an end. A state visit that has been called unprecedented many times, and there is a simple reason for that. This is the very first time that a non-royal has been invited for a second state visit to the United Kingdom. The last one came in 7 years ago for Donald Trump. That one, though, many parts of which did take place at and around Buckingham Palace. The big difference this time around, everything is very much contained within Windsor Castle. Other heads of state, of course, get invited by the royal family as well. But maybe this one is that little bit more controversial simply because of the timing. There would be some experts who'd say, why is this kind of an honor being given to someone as unpopular as President Donald Trump, and why so early in his second term in the White House? Why use that joker, if you will, during the first year of the 4 years that Donald Trump will be spending in the White House? For him, though, undoubtedly, this is the kind of thing he loves. This is not an opinion. This is not commentary. We all know that that is the case, and he has said so very clearly. He likes the British royal family. He has said it again today. He believes that he is a friend of King Charles III, and indeed, they have spent a lot of time together today. And that is where we are right now. They are all inside Windsor Castle right now. The next time we will see them, and you'll be able to see this on our live feed, will be footage that we'll be getting from the royal banquet that is going to be held tonight inside Windsor Castle. That is going to be tonight at 8 p.m. local time, make that 5 p.m. Eastern time. And the next time I'll be on to get you more details of what is happening inside Windsor Castle, what is happening here outside, and to take a look at whether the protests in London are getting bigger and share the footage with you. That will be at 7 p.m. Local time here. Make that 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is the next time we will be on air together. And we, of course, invite you to keep watching our live coverage of all the events surrounding this second and, again, unprecedented state visit by President Donald Trump to the United Kingdom. And if you're watching our live coverage right now, be it on YouTube or on our website on apnews.com, it's because we have journalists on the ground throughout the world. And if you want to support this kind of unbiased and independent journalism, we invite you to, again, visit our website and give us your support. That's at apnews.com/donate, apnews.com/donate. Of course, we would very much invite you to give us your support. And we thank you as well for watching our live coverage of this state visit. And we'll be back soon with much more.
Also auf die Frage, was da eigentlich heute los ist, weil hier ist damals
Taking steps to make this country better has changed. Far-right mission to demonize asylum seekers, to hurt those who come to our shores seeking safety, seeking kindness, seeking grace. We will not sleep into a world of such cruelty. The media in the end will not save us. This Labour government in the end will not save us. It's up to us to turn up on these streets when fascism wants to talk. In the war of Trump, in the war of Iran, in the war of hundreds of thousands marching, creating this last legalization so good. Life in this country has been ruined. Funding, living, transport, schooling, youth centres, local communities. Money doesn't go far enough, house prices are through the roof, and the far right, these millionaires, these billionaires, will never get close to it. I'm promising people they can repair their broken lives, repair their broken communities, with deportation, with harsh anti-migration policies, scapegoating asylum, scapegoating diversity on the wall. Only compassionate justice politics acting austerity and inequality can begin to repair this damage. And that's what we have to do. Passionately, relentlessly, the basic politics, the basic politics of life, the basic freedom and endless. From last century marching down the decades, activism that people just doing their jobs. We've been watching genocide unfold for the past 2 years, while those providing support and cover are safely meeting as we speak.
Commissioner Patel, will you please now welcome to the stage from Safe British Farming. Give a massive round of applause for Ollie Fletcher.
Hello, I speak for Safe British Farming. We have brought our tractor mighty over there, and we are very proud to stand with you today because we fight against substandard food. We do not want chlorinated chicken coming into this country. We do not want hormone-fed beef. Trump has come to this country to refine his trade deal. He will be dining with the king, trying to convince Starmer to sign a free trade agreement. We must make sure they know that our food standards and our health are off the table. Starmer has forced the UK-US economic prosperity deal without parliamentary scrutiny. He used a negative procedure as that Parliament in this country is no longer sovereign. The executive is, with their unelected advisors. If, while dining with the king, Starmer is convinced to sign a free trade agreement with America, British farmers will not be able to compete on price with processed American stock. Our standards are too high and our regulations are too strict. But if Starmer signs away our food security, if Starmer signs away our food production to a peace truck, it will also be signing away our security. We will be reliant on America for our sustenance. They will have us by the leg. It will also be signing away our environment. We have our animal welfare regulations and our environmental measures for a reason. And it will be signing away our health. We do not want chlorinated chicken to be forced into our homes. But perhaps most crucially, an American free trade agreement threatens our democracy. The UK-US economic prosperity deal has set a precedent whereby the executive makes decisions about what we can eat and what we can buy in the shops without Parliament knocking at his door. When the Conservatives tried to get a trade agreement, we managed to stop it by saying that we will not eat chlorinated chicken, just as our NHS nearly failed.
Give you the last score for last time. 63700. Hey, yes. Got me? Good, how are you? Yes. Hey, John, it's good to be with you. Yeah, President Trump and First Lady Melania, as you both right there, preparing for the headline event of the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom. The President and First Lady, just moments ago, overseeing a feeding retreat ceremony. British marching bands coming together for what can only be described as a spectacular performance, capped off by a rather unforgettable moment as well. Red arrows flying overhead, a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all of those people that were watching outside. And the royal family moments ago releasing these images. President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's green drawing room. The king and queen showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain which share history together. The collection included first editions and watercolors, letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering outside of Windsor Castle. Meanwhile, there are some protesters. Those people here, John, couldn't be protesting for the moment, if not outright showing their support for President Trump. Red caps, MAGA caps, and American flags and common sites, and many unafraid to declare their appreciation for the president. That tonight's banquet is nothing short of extraordinary as well. It's taking place inside the 1,000-year-old castle with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver with speeches expected from the king and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume will also be a sight to see or at least hear. So hopefully we'll get a glimpse of what that sounds like, maybe an update from the president after that.
But I also see that the essential part of our future now lies with the alternative. And we've heard this evening from some of the blinding bright lights of that alternative politics, from David Corbyn, from John Santana, from Zach Blacksky. I don't care, I'm a pragmatist. I don't care who you think in a particular scene, as long as they represent us. As long as they give us the sense that there is some hope that our country might actually get this for the future of India, not just for the oligarchs. As long as they build a country which ceases playing the silent figures for the crimes of the oligarchs. Then we will have a politics which works for us and not for the likes of Donald Trump. It is not just Trump who is unwelcome here. It is those who grovel before him.
George Monbiot! Will you please understand your representation to say the thing against us? Give a much round of applause to Andy Green!
Solidarity from disabled people against cuts. Okay. This fucker is dangerous, right? Because we know that what he says from the highest seat resonates down onto the school yard and the bullies who operate there and on the streets and in the workplaces and in our communities. His attitudes and actions are reflected in our daily lives. And we know that his attitude towards disabled people, migrants, and other marginalized groups is absolutely horrific. And his language and his actions is absolutely dangerous. We know when you start to utter and marginalize and pick on groups that are seen as not able to fight back, what happens? People are pushed to the edges. People are forgotten and fall through the cracks. Not us, not disabled people. We have fought back every single time in this country and around the world, and we will continue to do that. We understand that the way you push back against these bullies is to come out onto the streets, to reclaim these spaces, to reclaim your voices, and to tell your own story, because we won't have our stories written without us. We will not be written out of our own stories. We have fought for and earned our place in this society and in communities and societies across the globe. We understand what resistance and organized resistance means. It means supporting one another. It means showing solidarity, and it means turning up. So give yourselves a big round of applause for turning up and showing solidarity this evening. Trump might go away at some point, but this politics won't. And we have to keep turning up on these streets and every street around the world, because we cannot let this ideology take hold. We have seen where it leads, and it is absolutely not happening again, not on our watch. So not just for these few days, but continuously in support of the people of Palestine, in support of disabled people, in support of people coming to this country wanting to contribute and build a better life. We say solidarity, we're here together and we're not going anywhere. All the best, folks.
Thank you very much, Andy Green. Give it up. Listen, there's no easy way to say this. I've got someone's freedom pass. Someone has dropped their freedom pass. The name on it is Martina Rohr. That's R-O-H-R. If my A-level German is still functioning, I think that pronunciation is correct. Martina, if you are still here, somebody will have it down the front there. Otherwise, I'm keeping it and will be exercising my right to free travel on London public transport. Okay, thank you, yes. Cheers for fraud. It's time for our next speaker. Will you please join me in welcoming from Freedom from Torture, Kolbasia Hausu!
Thank you, thank you. Wow. Friends, when we look around today, we see empty fridges, long hospital waiting lists, families sleeping on the street, community caught in economic despair. These are not inevitable. They are not accident fate. Yet somehow we taught to believe that they are the fault of immigrants, of minorities, of so-called worklessness. Always an enemy within, always someone without power. This is the old trick of fear and division. It is made more dangerous when politicians speak with hatred or when our leaders stay silent. And last weekend, we saw what happened when a lie is dressed up as a revolution. People march for not justice, but in the service of chaos. I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived. Okay, thank you. So I speak to you not as an observer, but as someone who has lived this before. In the country many of us come from, we don't know how freedom can be taken away, oppression rights, human rights. I have no problem. I know what it means to welcome people like Donald Trump and this was the focus and permission for the people across the world to agree, silent, and destroy. Dictators everywhere. Hatred cannot answer. Hatred cannot be answered. And justice cannot be heard with injustice. If we don't
Give me a thumbs up. Yeah, no problem. That's fine.
not only for children, not only for Muslims, not only for women, but for everyone. For everyone. Because if it takes away the rights of one group, it can take away from all of us. That's why we need compassion. We need love and clear mind and the courage to resist the only that's the neighbor with your enemy. We are the crossroads. We can choose violence or we can choose peace. We can choose division or we can choose united. I said to you, stand up, stand together, stand firm, because the fight against torture, against hate, against oppression, is not only about protecting children, it is about protecting all of us. And the woman is the most one.
Well, that's it, absolutely. Give it up, everybody. Now, we've got a fantastic guest who's also from London. Very exciting information about something that's happened within the last 24 hours. Please give a massive round of applause and welcome to the stage, Robin!
Hello everyone, I'm Robin from Fossil Free London, and what we do is we go to places where oily men are making decisions to send our lives into chaos, and we shout truth to power out of them. Thank you, everyone. And for my opening introduction, I was speaking to a group of people we're chanting. Let's chant. When I say fossil free, let's say London, fossil free! Fossil free! So, last night we spoke about the Republicans on a dinner. Just 1 minute from Windsor Castle, wearing a very Arabella dress, I chinked the glass, stood up and proposed a toast. And like that, I told an assembled room of Republicans exactly what drill baby drill means to us and everyone in the world. And make no mistake, it means billions of lives lost. And that's not according to us campaigners. That's not even according to climate scientists. That's according to a straight-laced, bureaucratic men and women who work on insurance in deciding what kind of life insurance comes. Those people think, and really listen, that in the next 25 years, 4 billion people can lose their lives to climate change. This is enormous. This is half the world's population losing their lives from financing and ocean warlighting for a preventable crisis. But what I'm saying is this: I'm not an important person like Jeremy Corbyn trying to lead on this issue. I am an ordinary person, an organiser, and we need so many more organisers to fight what we're facing. Because fascism, genocide, the unite, if we join together, if we plan a strategy, if we join the group and commit to it, we can make change. And we need you. We need you. Last night we did elections, seen by almost 1 million people. It's touched so many people. It almost didn't happen. One person made that happen. One person. That person is not you. It's time to get organised because all those fascists are only going to lose as we are. Get organised, join the group. We've got a working tour tomorrow evening. Come to it, join another group, commit, deliver, organise and unite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for being here. My name is Alex. I'm the chair of the Stop the War Coalition. And despite Tommy Robinson's claims to organise the biggest demonstration in history, Stop the War organised the biggest demonstration in our country's history against the Iraq war, where we had over 2 million people on the streets. We still have Iraq war. But let me tell you, yeah, I'm in a years in to the genocide. And on October the 11th, which is the anniversary of the genocide, we are organising with the Palestine Coalition the next national demonstration. Put your hands up if you're going to be on that demonstration, because we need that to be the biggest one ever as we march through the streets of London and show that the streets of our streets we will keep marching until we see peace in Gaza. I want to talk to you about state visits, because just a week ago, Keir Starmer stood outside Downing Street and welcomed the Israeli President Isaac Herzog into Downing Street to talk to him on a state visit. Isaac Herzog is one of the authors of the genocide, the man who signs bombs before they're put on planes to be dropped on Gaza. And then today, he's welcomed Donald Trump, the man who thinks the way to bring peace to Gaza is to wipe out all the Gazans, move them out, and create a Riviera and a golf course in Gaza. What a disgrace that our government is giving audience to those people when it should be standing up for them. Remember that Donald Trump is the president who gave the green light to Israel bombing Iran and bombing Qatar against the UN regulations to war crime to all those countries. So the world does feel a much less safe place when Donald Trump is in charge of the biggest superpower in this world. And it is astonishing, I think, that there are some people who are openly saying they think we should be given a Nobel Peace Prize. Can you imagine? This is the man who is bringing terror at home to vulnerable people and terror abroad when he could be bringing a stop. He's bringing terror at home now with his talk of mass deportation and using the killing of Charlie Kirk to say there's going to be a crackdown on dissent. When he says there's going to be a crackdown on dissent, we know who will be cracking down. It will be the people who are advocating for peace, the people who are advocating for justice to Gaza, the people who are advocating against mass deportation. So we should be very, very frightened about the future under Donald Trump. Because, as others have said, his involvement with the far right in our country. What we saw on the streets of London on Saturday was Trumpism in the UK. Stephen Bannon, I don't know if he turned up, but Stephen Bannon was due to speak at Tommy Robinson's banner. Elon Musk joined by video. He may have fallen out with Trump, but he believes in the politics of Trumpism. And can you imagine Elon Musk on video just down the road there saying, call for violence, call for people to rise up, call for the overthrow of the British government. Can you imagine if you're on the street leaders here today have called for the overthrow of that government or called for violence on the streets. You won't hear us saying that, but can you imagine that Elon Musk was allowed to do that on our streets? My final message to you is, as others have said, we're living through very polarised times. There's a real polarisation in our society, not just here, but abroad. And it feels very, very scary for my generation and generations. And it feels like we're in a battle. We're in a battle for the soul of our family. We're in a battle for the soul of the world. So my call to you, and I join with others in making a call, is that we have to unite the struggle. We have to put aside some of the differences we've got, and we've done on countless times, and unite the struggles against racism, unite the struggles against the genocide in Gaza, unite the struggles against injustice everywhere, and come together in common cause. And I hope we can start doing that, as I've said, on October 11th, on the next national demonstration for Gaza. We need that to be the biggest one ever. So please make sure you're there. Please make sure you're bringing your friends, your family, and your work colleagues. Solidarity, free, 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 free. Thank you very much.
Will you please welcome an estimated Trans and Human Rights campaigner? Please welcome Dr. Natasha Kennedy.
In the US, Trump has introduced loads of anti-trans measures, banning trans healthcare, encouraging bullying of trans kids in schools, sports bans for trans kids, including imposing genital inspection for young schools, making universities more transparent, encouraging media disinformation about trans people, and the Trump election campaign spent $250 million on anti-trans adverts, the biggest single expenditure in that campaign. And now Trump is trying to use the police shooting as an excuse to ban trans people from owning guns, which is exactly what the Nazis did to the Jews in 1938. Trump has created such a climate of fear amongst trans people in the US that many of our trans and non-binary friends there now live in exile in Europe and elsewhere. And yet, most of what Trump is doing in the US is also happening right here in the UK under a Labour government. A healthcare bans, trans section 38 in schools, media showing that transphobia from the industrial scale while hermetically excluding transgenders, bans from sports, including fun ones, supporting people who advocate violence against trans people, trying to make universities more transphobic, a toilet ban which would make life impossible for us, an even worse one than in the US. All of which have been brought in without any vote in Parliament at all. And yes, a lot of British trans people have also already moved before to places like Ireland, Spain and Sweden. We know that what happens in the US comes over here. But we need to ask, has some solved for trans people for a deal with the Orange Fascists? Transphobia is now essential to fascism. It's not peripheral, it's front and centre. It's a core component of fascism. If you're transphobic, you are a fascist. To quote inspirational trans woman Mara Gilligan, how politicians treat trans people now is indicative of how they will treat everyone eventually. To finish, I just want to say, I also hear from my grandfather. He was killed in World War II fighting fascism. He didn't roll out the red carpet, he fought fascists. We need to stop is a now. More and more people will die. There's no cavalry coming over the hill this time to rescue us. The cavalry will be rescuing us here now. And it will be. It will take hard work and stone. And as they say in Spain, see we sit Britain, yes we can. Trust people in this country who are fighting under the oppression, oppression throughout the propaganda by all the and we are still here, we will keep fighting and never give up. The fascists and their media want everyone to feel defeated. We must never give up. That's what they want. All of us together, we can and must do this. Keep fighting and we will win. Love and rage. Solidarity, it's great to see so many people out here. It's a real privilege to be here and speak on behalf of the Black Day. Right now, many people are fighting strong on the road far right. They have seen in London last week, over 100,000 protesters marching to the roads. This was in the far right party supported by apartheid flag, which is handled by the manufacturers organized. They were outnumbered more than 20 to 1. But this is not the first one. Right now, Musk, Trump, Robertson, they want us to feel small. They want us to feel afraid. But the truth is, we are the majority, not them. We've already proven in recent months, in recent years, we have brought people out in their millions for Black lives and for Palestine. We will not let them win. We need to think about how to organize, as previously been said. Right now, as we think about their growth, we need to think about our collective power. Because what we saw in the streets was not their strength. It was racist retaliation against our collective power. So what we see these fascists doing, they're doing it because they cling onto a racist and rotten past, shaped by white supremacist myths. But when we look at it, we are organizing for a future that is rooted in care, in solidarity, and on the basis of the fact that shared humanity. And friends, we know that their politics mean their power and leads to more race riots, greater inequality, and ultimately genocide. Where is our confidence? Where is our strength? We know that when we look at our history, our power moves us to win greater freedom for all. I can hear it. No, I'm not talking that, but I can hear it. Windsor Castle. For all. And that's what they hate. So we're going into Windsor Castle then How dare you sexist bastards claim that they are marching for people? I tell you that. How dare they? You know Trump is asking for great business in anyone that's hotel. And we need to live our tradition, feminism, anti-racism, our tradition stands for survival. Survival
pro-choice movement to break down and speak up against the racists who attack them. They told her to leave the country. Absolutely disrespectful. They don't care about women's bodies. They want to control women's bodies. So when we face this daunting task, fascist land meets, organizing in their tens of thousands, we have to look back at our history and play the heritage of generations that come before us. Generations before us faced fascism worse than we're facing today, and they've won. Generations before us racialized working class communities, they organized and stood up for mostly the black folk in the 1930s. They stood up and fought Trump in the 70s and 80s. My generation organized and stood up so they could be young in the 2010s and 2010s. The 2010s. Right now, we live our heritage. We organize in our tradition. We organize and we can win. This is what we're not going to do. So friends, take part. Organize with us. Black Lives Matter UK, you can find us. You can find us on Instagram, BLM UK, or online on UK. That's the UK BLM.org. We're organizing an anti-racist network. We need you organizations. We need to bring people who are already organizing together. They might have millionaires on their side, but we have the hope of billions. Friends, we're going to end with a few more words. Can't lose faith. We must be steadfast. As people under genocide fighting for resistance, so must we. They want us to choose, they want despair. We must choose courage. They want us to be afraid, but we must choose hope. They are choosing hate, but we must choose love. Let's organize together and let's take the progressive generation before us. Let's not be lost. Here to stay, here to fight. We say Black Lives Matter. We believe in the same thing. Here to stay, here to fight. Here to stay, here to fight. Here to stay, here to fight. Black Lives Matter. Solidarity. Let's hear it, everybody! We have three speakers left. Welcome the Jewish Socialist Group. Please welcome Sue Levi Hughes.
I think that was clean. Did it make sense? What channel are you guys? Thank you so much for the light.
And there's Islam. Of course, there's many Jewish religions. Trump has a long history of anti-Semitic rhetoric. Anti-Semitic jokes and stereotypes, and his ridicule of some Jewish Americans. Trump aligns with emboldens dangerous right-wing extremists. He just refused to defend white supremacy, and instead incites right-wing extremists and radicals. Remember those radicals. majority, it's message for all minority groups, Jewish communities. We know there can't be any future, secure future for Jews, other minorities, working people in the unemployed, under an economic system that promotes greed over need. A system that is completely personified by Trump. Sorry. We are the Jewish men. Join our Jewish comrades in New York City and endorse Zoran Adani for mayor. In my paper proposal, Adani brings together all the diverse communities of New York by addressing the real challenges they face. The freedom landlords and billionaires is redlining the city.
So this is something that you've experienced.
Yeah, it was.
I'm just glad it's not my black shirt.
Well, this makes the town very dangerous. We join as many supporters in America who look across the world to fight for a better future, for an internationalist, socialist world, free from war, poverty, and discrimination.
Everybody introduce yourselves through. We now have a speaker from Amnesty International UK. Please give a massive round of applause and welcome Amika!
Tonight, Donald Trump a lavish taxpayer funded with Keir Starmer and Egypt. As they are served champagne and a multi-course meal, hundreds of thousands of
Are you going back into the internet?
and a horrific justice. Israel,
You've got a band or something? Oh, perfect. You got a band there then? Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh, thank God. Otherwise, it's ridiculous. Thanks so much, Tony. Sorry it was a bit boring, but no action. I can come back and carry it if I want to.
as Trump and Starmer died with
Sure. See you in a minute. Take care of yourself. Have. All right. God, the epic goes for 30 seconds. I was here doing radio all afternoon.
Here, our government has still failed to guide conversion and trans communities their basic. In the US, people
Miles away.
rather than defending those rights to sanctuary when fleeing from oppression and conflict, Starmer is even against those things. In the US, those who bravely speak out against injustice are targeted and murdered for months. Draconian measures are used to restrict freedom of speech and criminalize protest, while people personally opposed to genocide are targeted and labeled terrorists. Rights will fall through decades to disagree with the happening there. government that call out authoritarian forces. But we have a Prime Minister who rolls out the red carpet for Trump. We deserve a government that defends and protects our freedoms. But we have a Prime Minister who allows basic human rights and dignity to be attacked. Instead of standing up for our right to housing, food, his family is going to see rising value and tries to slash knowing what instead of tackling the causes
Welcome again to our live coverage of US President Donald Trump's second state visit to the United Kingdom. For those who've been watching earlier on YouTube or on apnews.com, thank you for staying with us and joining us again. We're now at a moment of this state visit here in Windsor, and you can see Windsor Castle right behind me, where we are waiting for the state banquet to begin. That's in St. George's Hall within Windsor Castle. This is the place you can see behind me where this whole state visit has been happening today. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have spent the whole day within these walls, quite a long way from the public. In fact, anybody who might have wanted to catch a glimpse of the presidential couple, or indeed of any members of the royal family, will have been disappointed, and that includes any protesters who might have wanted to get close to those participating in this state. Windsor Castle, we can hear a few voices, a few discussions. President Trump and the fact that the state visit was organized in the first place, and others who are supporters of him. Entirely peaceful here in Windsor. But as we speak, there is a large protest happening in central London. This is specifically a protest against Donald Trump's policies in the United States and against the UK government's decision, and indeed the royal family's decision, to invite him to a second unprecedented state visit. We say unprecedented because it is indeed the very first time that a non-royal, in this case a US president, is invited to a second state visit in the United Kingdom. The first one was for President Trump during his first term in the White House. At that moment, he was invited by Queen Elizabeth II. And speaking of the late Queen, this is one part that we didn't see any images of during Donald Trump's state visit. He went to the place where the late Queen was laid to rest. That's inside St. George's Chapel. We have seen footage of him meeting members of the young choir there, but then the moment thereafter was entirely private. We haven't seen any video or photo footage thereof of the President and the First Lady laying a wreath at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. A very serene moment, one must presume, and of course a particularly thoughtful one. President Trump is believed to have been a fan, maybe even a long day here in Windsor together, that they have spent together almost at all moments, those two people being President Trump and King Charles III. And let's now go back to what we have already witnessed today, starting with the welcome ceremony that was organized and set up within Windsor Castle for US President Donald Trump. This was the moment where he was greeted officially by King Charles, also by Queen Camilla, and they then were able to inspect a guard of honor at length before entering Windsor Castle later for a private lunch. It has indeed been a day of a lot of pomp and pageantry.
No, that's good. I mean, we have to have a plan B because it's, we cannot figure out the basketball park right at this plan is more expensive. Yeah. This one will be just so. They started to hustle, handle, price that they need to come to it. Natalia.
We're slaves to them. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. What about equality? Because they're putting the prices up on petrol. Food. Of course it is. Of course it is. Well, you're telling me the government and the royalists aren't following the speak together. The 1%. So you're telling me. Charles, will you please put the price of petrol down? You know what? We want 99p a litre, please. Do you know what's being going on behind them walls? The thousands. Shut your face for 1 minute. Let's talk. Let me talk. Do you know what's being going on behind them walls for thousands of years? Torture, child killing, murders, child killers. The fucking killing type. What, you racist, are you? What, you racist against Scottish people? You fucking racist. Racist. Racist.
Welcome back to Windsor and our live coverage of Donald Trump's state visit to the United Kingdom, and apologies for the technical trouble we had a little bit earlier. We are currently awaiting the arrival of all of the guests for the state banquet that will be held within the next hour in St. George's Hall inside Windsor Castle, that you can see behind me. This is the most, probably the most spectacular moment of this state visit, despite the fact that this has been a day that has been filled with pomp and pageantry. This is most likely still going to be the moment that will give us some of the images that will be remembered the longest from this state visit, and also some of the words of King Charles III and President Donald Trump, because this is going to be the first time tonight, just before the state banquet begins, where we will actually hear from both of them. It has been a day that is relatively rare, certainly in President Trump's reality, where he hasn't been speaking to the press and indeed hasn't had the possibility to speak to the press. So organized and so meticulous has this state visit been that everything has gone entirely according to plan, at least from what we can see. All of the elements that were planned have come through, with the notable exception maybe of a fly past that was supposed to be happening around an hour and a half ago, a joint fly past by F-35 fighter jets, both British and American. Because of the weather, you can see behind me with low grey clouds and a little bit of rain, that was not possible. But still, those people who did mingle here outside of Windsor Castle, a few dozen, maybe a few hundred here outside of the castle gates, were able to see a flyover by the Red Arrows aerobatics team that led to applause here down in the streets outside Windsor Castle. Now, we don't have a guest list yet for this state banquet. That will be made official as it begins, but of course one can presume at this point that almost all members of the British royal family will be present, and that almost all of the members of the US delegation who have accompanied President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump during the state visit here in Windsor will be present as well. We have, of course, seen the first couple of the United States, but we've also seen the likes of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of the Treasury Bessent has been here as well, Steve Witkoff, the lead negotiator on everything on behalf of the Trump administration. When it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Ukraine as well, he is present here as well as other members of Donald Trump's inner circle, the likes of his chief of staff, for example, press secretary, and many other. This is, of course, one of those visits that are very rare for a US president, and in this case, unprecedented for a US president to be invited twice on a state visit to the United Kingdom. That explains why there are so many members of his administration present and who wanted to be here. And those who have been here close to President Trump, and indeed to those members of the royal family and the royal household who've been close to the action, have seen quite a few spectacular events today. And let's take you back to what we have seen so far today during this state visit to the United Kingdom by President Trump, starting with the welcoming ceremony that happened outside of Windsor Castle. That is where President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump were greeted by King Charles and by Queen Camilla. And they then got to see the Guard of Honor, inspected the Guard of Honor, as is traditionally the case during a state visit. It doesn't necessarily always happen in the same place, but this state visit, of course, was different to others, not just because it's the second one for President Trump, but because it was entirely contained and is entirely contained within Windsor Castle, that you can right here in Windsor. This has been called a ring of steel that has been put up around this castle. In other words, the security measures that have been put in place here to make sure that everybody is safe. And now there's a reason why we talk about these security measures, because of the backdrop to this visit in the United States. The killing of the conservative activist and Trump supporter Charlie Kirk has created a fear of more political violence in the United States that might have traveled all the way here with President Trump. We haven't necessarily been able to observe here that security measures have increased because of that, but they have been very, very serious indeed, with very large numbers of the police in the streets of Windsor. Protests as well, by the way, and you might be able to just about make out some of the sounds of protesters. They are chanting pro-Palestine chants right now outside of Windsor Castle. We have had very few protesters, in fact, here in Windsor outside of the castle throughout the day, maybe a few dozen at most, both last night and throughout the day. There also have been some interactions between those protesters who are against the presence of Donald Trump, who are protesting his policies in the Middle East, for example, and who are protesting the fact that Donald Trump was invited on a state visit in the first place. There have been interactions between them on one side and some Donald Trump supporters here as well. Notable, some of those red hats that are used by Trump supporters, both on the campaign trail and now that he is president, those have been here as well. But largely what we've seen have been peaceful discussions with them, essentially very peaceful mingling. It has indeed been a very calm day here in Windsor. There are, though, more protests happening, including the large one happening right now in central London. Thousands of people getting together there, organized by a so-called Stop Trump coalition that has called for people to protest against the state visit and to protest against Donald Trump's policies. I should say again, if you're hearing the sounds of protests, they are coming from the streets here outside of Windsor Castle. Particularly loud protests right now as I look over my shoulder and see a few dozen pro-Palestine protesters who are walking by our position outside of Windsor Castle as we speak. Now, the fact that there were big protests and are big protests right now in central London don't entirely explain why the state visit has happened entirely within Windsor Castle. There is a practical reason for this as well. Buckingham Palace tends to be used for state visits. It's currently being renovated, and that's why everything has been moved inside Windsor Castle. But of course, there is a very good reason for this to happen as well. That is to shield President Trump from any kinds of protests. In fact, his contact with people, with the public, is pretty much zero. It is likely that there is not going to be any contact with any protesters, first of all, or any members of the public. Because there are two parts to the state visit for President Trump. The first one today is happening in Windsor Castle as we await the state banquet to begin at 8 o'clock here local time. 8 o'clock here local time, that's being 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And as we await the start thereof, we can look also at what is coming up tomorrow. The second day of Donald Trump's visit will be a more political one, if you will. He will still be shielded from the public and from any possible protesters because he will be flying an onboard Marine One from here, from Windsor Castle, where he will be spending the night, to Chequers. Chequers is the Prime Minister's private residence in the countryside, his private retreat, and that is where all of the important meetings will be happening on this Thursday. That is where the politics will come in. Undoubtedly, there will be talk there about a trade deal between the United Kingdom and the United States, a trade deal we know already exists, but still needs some of the details hashed out. That will likely happen this Thursday at Chequers. Also, there will be talk about any tariffs that the United Kingdom might want to escape during Donald Trump's decision to impose tariffs on many countries. The United Kingdom thinks that with a state visit like this one, it can reinforce the friendship between the United Kingdom and the United States, and maybe thereby be able to escape some of those tariffs that might be imposed by Donald Trump. At the end of the day, we will be seeing a press conference, a joint press conference by Prime Minister Keir Starmer and President Donald Trump. And maybe that will be the first moment where he will, in a sense, escape the bubble of this state visit, a bubble in which, again, there is not much contact with the press and not much contact with anybody outside of the confines of Windsor Castle and indeed the Prime Minister's private retreat. Because during the press conference, that is when difficult questions might well be asked of the Prime Minister and of the President, and of the differences that there currently are between them on many aspects. There are differences on how to deal with Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza, for example, which explains the presence of protesters here in the streets of Windsor today. The big difference on that front is that the United Kingdom, for example, will be one of those countries that will officially recognize Palestine as a state at the UN General Assembly next week in New York. The United States strongly opposes that, and that is likely to be a topic of discussion between Starmer and Trump on Thursday, and maybe already a topic of discussion during the state banquet here in Windsor tonight. These state banquets don't tend to be moments for political discussions, but you cannot guarantee that any topics will not come up. Let's look at one other example, that is Ukraine. These two countries don't currently see entirely eye to eye when it comes to how to deal with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The US President Donald Trump has been getting somewhat close to Putin, met him in Alaska, of course, remember, as well, and sometimes indicates that US military and financial help for Ukraine could be stopped or at least put on hold for the time being. That is, of course, something that the United Kingdom and the European Union don't want to see happen. That is the kind of topic that could come up, not necessarily between President and King tonight at the state banquet, but could come up between other members of the Trump administration and members of the royal family and anybody else who might be invited to this state banquet, as we expect right now guests to arrive at Windsor Castle for that crowning moment, if you will, of the state visit for Donald Trump. It's worth going into some of the other events that have happened today, some of them out of view. We mentioned earlier the fact that the US president visited St. George's Chapel, for example, within the walls of Windsor Castle. That is where Queen Elizabeth II was laid to rest, and that is where he, together with the First Lady, laid a wreath. That is a moment from which we have no video or photo footage, a very solemn and a very private moment for the President of the United States, who was fond of the Queen and who repeatedly has said over the last 24 or 48 hours that he considers King Charles to be very much a friend of his. Right now, you're able to watch footage of guests arriving at the state banquet that is expected to begin within the hour. These, of course, being guests whose names have not been made public so far, but who are slowly but surely arriving here at Windsor Castle to enter this castle and take their spots at some point before 8 p.m. local time. Again, that's 3 p.m. Eastern time. That is when the state banquet will begin. And we are expecting to hear the toasts from King Charles and from President Trump at that state banquet. We don't know yet whether we will be able to bring that live to you or whether that will be footage that will be brought to us later on and that we will then be able to play out to you on this live coverage that we have from Windsor Castle.
what the plan was for this evening? But they've got protest crew there. Yeah, they've got protest crew there. So yeah, I think we'll head up there. Probably be a little bit like telling dignitaries to get on a bus pass, to get in a minute. That's a shot. So I'll just leave it at that. People with dark. Yeah. What was your shift? 10:30. I started, I left home about 49, but I took better tones before. go the way I thought it was going to go. Tell me if you see from the thing, to tell me if you see anything from the lights or coming from that direction. Yeah. So, through the page, how did you get to Liverpool?
My dad got named when he came to the country in the 80s, of course, Liverpool FC on top.
Oh, he was in Liverpool, was he?
So he's a Glory supporter, and then he got me and my brother starting from birth. So yeah.
And there's the house spot on it.
Yeah. It was like, my choices were either Liverpool or Middlesbrough. So my mum's half of the family from
Oh,
Middlesbrough.
right. You're Glory hunter as well.
Yeah, once my uncle sat me down and said, "You've got this choice, Middlesbrough or Liverpool," and I went, "Okay, I'll go Liverpool."
No pressure.
Yeah.
You ever go to the games?
Yeah, I get to like 4 or 5 games. Yeah.
There's only one. My grandfather was a Liverpool supporter. My mum said, "Oh, she wasn't sure if he was Liverpool or Everton, but he was Liverpool." In the castle, picking up the cars.
So we had Jane Bird, who was part of the pool. So there was some hope that he may be picking them up. But there was
what, in the past?
Yeah, but there was no guarantee.
So he's in Checkers tomorrow?
Yeah.
And what time is he in Checkers precisely?
It seems like in the afternoon.
Because he worked for your guys, and then he moved to Eastwick NBC now in 2 years. He never got off the good war.
No.
Too young. So check with George if he wants us to pack up in 3 minutes.
I spoke with Ollie, she's the lady who said, and he said, when you see one drink,
To charge is something you can.
There's nothing behind them. It looks to me allow this to go too far, and that allows you to race these classes. Okay. Do you give them? Or do you give them showering? Just get them set off. Save the recording. I'll do it.
Okay, yeah, yeah, there's some protests behind me. How's that? Is that okay? My position? Yeah, unfortunately, I'm outside of the castle for this dinner. Maybe next year, or the next state visit. Trump's third state visit, perhaps, to Melania Trump. People are going to get mad about that comment. But it's something you mentioned right there. President Trump, First Lady Melania, preparing for the headline event on his first day of his historic second visit to the United Kingdom. But this is just capping off a day of really extraordinary scenes that we've seen from start to finish. The president and the First Lady, before this dinner, overseeing a beautiful retreat ceremony, British marching bands coming together for this spectacular performance that kept up an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flies overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky. Met with applause by those that were watching here outside of Windsor Castle. Now, the royal family, moments before that, releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection of the Windsor Castle's main drawing room, showcasing historical items related to the United States and Britain, their shared history together. That includes the collection, including first editions and watercolors, and even letters from the American colonies concerning U.S. independence. American citizens gathering outside of the castle, and while there are some protesters, as you can hear behind you right now, most of the people that throughout the day are really just recording moments, if not outright show their support for President Trump. Now, of course, tonight's made for nothing short of extraordinary. King Charles is expected to lead us in the march, as is President Trump. Whether he speaks to the press afterward, or maybe gives us some insight for a chief social post, we'll be with a close eye on that. It'll be jail time in this class, but I'll try. I'm sorry, I have a bad connection. I didn't mean to do this. Yes. Okay, yeah. Of course, yes. Yes. Hello? Go ahead. Yeah. And then you cut it up. And then go get dinner, get a drink. Are you on the thread of them or not? Right. Happy birthday. Oh, hold on. Okay, they're calling me. Awesome, thank you. Hey, is that? Yes, I can hear it. And who's anchoring the show? protest behind me. That's actually something that we haven't seen throughout the entire day. We do have a group of pro-Palestine demonstrators, clashing, or I would say shouting against some ultimate pro-Israel counter-protesters. They're not necessarily Trump supporters. They're just waving Israeli flags. A small group. I'd say about 20 people on both sides. So nothing too much to worry about. Otherwise, a very elaborate day, to say the least. Right now, President Trump and First Lady Melania are participating in what may be the headline event on the first day of this historic visit to the United Kingdom after the state banquet, a very elaborate event that I'll get to in just a moment. But that came after what was maybe the other headline event of this entire day. The President and the First Lady overseeing a beating retreat ceremony. The British marching band coming together for this spectacular performance, capped off by an unforgettable moment. Red arrows flying overhead with a stream of red, white, and blue flashing across the sky, met with applause by all those people that were outside. The royal family also releasing these images of President Trump and First Lady Melania being given a tour of the royal collection at Windsor Castle's green drawing room. The king and queen showcasing historical items relating to the United States and Britain, and the two countries share history. The collection including first editions and watercolors and letters from the American colonies concerning the U.S. independence. American and British citizens also gathering here outside Windsor Castle, and while there are some protesters, as I was mentioning, most people really here just to be part of the moment, if not outright show their support for President Trump. Red caps and MAGA, some saying make England great again, other people draping American flags, but many also went afraid to declare their appreciation for President Trump. The event's underway right now. Tonight's banquet, also nothing short of extraordinary, taking place inside the 1,000-room castle behind me, with a 164-foot mahogany table laid with 200-year-old silver, with speeches expected from the king and, of course, from President Trump, which we can assume that will also be a sight, or at least one to be heard. We're waiting to see if President Trump will give us an update of any sort, whether that be speaking to the press or maybe a tweet social post, but this all ahead of his trip to Checkers tomorrow. That is something he's going to be doing as well as industry leaders from the United States and the United Kingdom, telling that is the policy and the economics will really be on the table today, more so about the pomp and pageantry that's taking place. For 20 minutes.